Sunny, why? I'm not even showing my model yet. Wait. Too bad. How heckin' dare? Blah. Like this. just dancing on me before I'm even here. Arr. But thank you so much, Sunny, for the raid. I gotta shout you out now because I don't even know what you were doing. You're playing Barrow Trauma. For which game? Forget which game that was. But there's an actual Spoozle. I thought it was like a character in the game. What happened to Spoozle? Concern. Well. Oh shit, ad break. No! Well, I'll just say thank you for watching. Thank you for coming from the raid. Ah! Okay, while you're here, I have a server that you're all free to join. Please do, I want more beans in there. Definitely caught me off guard. Got shot in the face with shotgun through the length of the sub. Oh! I think I know what game that is now. I don't remember exactly. I think I have an idea. But nice, nice. But oh boy. For everyone who came in, exciting day today. A game I haven't touched in a while. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I played the first one. Good job, Sunny. I'm proud of you. Pat, pat. Yeah, I played the first one 2021, I think it. Well, that's even better, Sunny. Let's go. Oh, the ad's still going on. Ow. Posture check. Oh, come on. I'm already comfy. I'm sorry. I forgot to mute the ad. Because now the ads, they changed my ad length. Which honestly works. Now it's less ads overall. Or ad breaks happen less often. But yeah. I was saying is that I think it was 2021 that I did the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Or just the Great Ace Attorney. And we'll be going to the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Which I actually need to get into where that is. There it is. I'm excited. Alright, no worries. You're gonna hear my lovely voice acting today. Because we're going to the Great Ace Attorney 2. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm actually excited to get back into it. I figured that now's the right time. I'm not playing any super story-based games, although I gotta find a replacement for Monday. Because I thought I would have another stream or two to do for Callisto Protocol. That went quicker than expected. So besides that, yeah, obviously this is gonna be my main story game until next year. Because again, the plan is I want this done, and then I go into Persona 3 Reload after. And then I have to stream Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when that comes out the day before my birthday. For one, it could be a slight bias because it was a free game for me with PlayStation Plus. It was free. I personally did like it. I had fun. I did get scared a few times. Final boss terrified me, because when you just hear a giant thing that can crush you sprinting behind you, yeah, it's terrifying. I don't like it. It didn't feel like the melee was that bad, because, you know, like, it's melee based, a lot of the fighting, but the guns do work. It's like melee gun. You're like supposed to combo your melee with the guns. Like, it's not a flat out shooting. You can do that, but I think it wastes ammo doing it that way. And you can upgrade your melee so strong, you know? So I don't know. But I made the decision not to worry about the DLC because apparently gameplay-wise it's really fun, but story-wise it's terrible. So I'm just not going to deal with it. What I will deal with today is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I need to get into the sequel, which, by the way, I finally messed with my settings on OBS, so the quality, the color quality looks a lot better. It actually looks almost exactly like my TV does. So I kind of fixed it. It was like a lot blurry. I say it was kind of blurry. So hopefully that kind of, it looks, the game looks better now. But let's go. There's time for sequel. Been too long. And that's my own fault because I'm a doofus. I don't even remember the voices I gave. For recurring characters. Oh, it's even starting where the first game ended. That's cool. Let's continue. Oh, how do I load? There we go. So 2015 was the original game, and then the sequel was 2017. Oh yeah, I need to. I kept starting Final Fantasy IX and dropping it. Same with quite a few Final Fantasy games. I need to one day just get through them all, because I haven't played nearly enough of them. That honestly might just be a stream goal someday. Play all the Final Fantasies. But obviously Rebirth is kind of a main focus right now. Like, the Final Fantasy VII universe. With Remake, with the prequel game, then Rebirth coming up. I gotta focus on those. And then I'll start doing like the other games. No, I haven't played much of OG7. Like, I didn't get very far beyond what Remake went through. But let's worry about other things. Now, you didn't like Intergrade? Oh, I loved it. I'm actually trying to get the Platinum Trophy, or beat the game on hard mode, and get all the trophies for Remake in my free time. Alright, new game. Let's do this. I'm doing it, Naomi! There is a stink bug crawling on my PS5! I don't like that. I gotta get rid of it at some point. I don't remember character names.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
I know, I am good.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Right, I remember that she left to go back to Japan, I believe.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Yeah, that... Oh,
And
right,
no
right,
one
right.
could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Find myself... Oh, wait. No? Find myself faced with another awful crime. Wait, what?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh my god, I'm playing as her? Let's go. I forget a lot of things. It has been a while. Oh, wait.
So please,
She's
I ask
smiling
for your
while
guidance.
dead? What?
Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma-sama! Oh, shit. I was not expecting to be playing as her. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Nice, nice. Kazuma-sama. Supreme Court Adjudicature Defendants Antechamber 3. August 13th. Here I am again after 9 months. Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Kira! Oh shit, you're by the way to know. Wow. Good to see you. Welcome to Lawyer Bluey, gonna solve all the crimes and protect all the innocent. I feel so nervous, but I must steal my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. I remember you. Due for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You could fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. Yuna, hello. Hi, welcome to Lawyer Bluey here. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. Yuna is cute, yes. Truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I'd never been born. Oh, jeez. That's a stretch. Goodness. Wait. Naomi, you're wrong. This is the father right here. Why'd you say Kazuma was the lawyer? Silly. This is the father. Yeah, I think you mixed people up, Naomi. That's why you got me confused. She went to visit the lawyer, the one who was training us in the beginning. And he got murdered on the... And he got accidentally killed on the ship ride. That's Kazuma. He's the one with the sword. Yeah, the message mentioned Kazuma and several other people, but we're not sure what that message meant. It was like a secret message that had like a hit list, or a hit list of some kind of multiple people with Kazuma being on there. And we didn't know what that was, and we just left it alone. But she was eventually going to come back. But no, Mikotoba didn't die. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. Of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, who is this? Oh, it's a woman. Okay. Would I be correct in thinking that you to be my lawyer in court today? Hmm? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I don't thank you for agreeing to represent me. Oh my god, Snake Dog. Why? I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Mbami, what the same year as I am my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research lab, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since you started talking, you seem, well, do you become a little flushed? Oh, bye! Well, it's just that. You look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I found your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh! What do you mean, Professor Ikotoba? Your best friend can't see through the disguise. I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course. So I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make you feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? She fell for the best friend. Let's go. What? Is that you, Suso? So sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. She said, no! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform! The varsity cap! The varsity cape! The varsity badge! Look at you! You look for the world just like student from the university! A male student! I squeaked saying that. Oh, is Susanoo trying to put on a veil voice? I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. Probably the only way she would be murdered in the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. What? My defense? Yeah, stupid old society. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Like the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. I know, right? Sato, you go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Hi, Guyan. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. Just get it. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. Yeah, just because you're a woman. What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in courts? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. We got lesbian love here, let's go! Oh, I'm sorry, it's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. You look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Lesbian? Yeah. I will... Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this. I can see through it. Oh man, I already love you all here. This is fun. And I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and now you're trembling ever so slightly. So I gotta do like a light female voice, but also turn it into light male. It's like I have to do a double voice act. That's so weird. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I could have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end of this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh! Stand aside! Did she just yeeted herself in there. Just pushed the guards out of the way like, get me the fuck in there! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer? There was simply no other way. A guy doing cannibalism, oh my gosh. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Of course. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? It's only because of who the victim was? Who's the victim? Well, you should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Just don't say father in the courtroom or else you are screwed. I'm Sato Mikotoba, judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. Hey, what was in the telegram? Oh, you made the assumption. Okay. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. Here we go. Well, how many times have I wished that he were here? I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. This is gonna go great. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Right, his name was Naruhodo. I forgot. I know, I took too long. But we're here now. August 13th, 9 a.m. Let's go. Oh boy. Look who's... This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Look at her. She actually does look like a male. I would never be able to tell. Naomi really is cute when excited. Defense counsel, we're ready. Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready? Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry. Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for this convention. I just say simply put down the first name as random. Hello, counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro he was found to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. Silly Yona. Seems Yotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first, do not overdo it. Those wild, wild eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh yeah, the eyes are going all wild. That does not help things at all. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of the study program. This is, his cousin! That's right. Ryutaro has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in terms of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them! What a pitiful situation. Was, and the end looks almost like bear. Translates sub, love it. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accusers had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Sasato's every bit as gallant and dashing as any of you Tokyo attorneys. I don't know how you're making fun of her. Her. Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. I'm standing in his shoes. I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. Just look at those eyes. All the individual frames of just the eyes. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. Watch out for flying fruit! And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. Months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. Even though he was just a student at the time, not even know law, he passed the test with flying colors. Oh yeah, give all the head pats, agreed. For a trained, experienced judicial system like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Oh, it's taken off. Yeah, I still want to be able to tell the difference. Still looks male to me. Pulls it off well. Alright, time to prove myself. You need a wall to be pinned to? That's true, too. Oh, does the smack thing, too? Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. Fill in the blank. Probably isn't really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright sparkly hue is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Choose R1 to open the court record. And you need to flip to the people section with R1. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with R1. See how efficient you will be. Awaiting counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? People. Jezile Brett. Victim in this case who was a former British exchange student. She's found... Oh! That's the victim? Wait, what? The murderer in the first case, is now the victim. Okay. Well then.
Yes!
Yes! The little hand raise. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. I don't know, Naomi. This can be interesting. But she is putting on a clear female voice. Giselle Brett? A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student for the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. It's proving hard to recall the finer points. Everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman student persona, was the face of a killer.
Yes!
Yes! 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University was killed. Oh, Yuna's on the body pillow. Oh my god. Naomi's gonna turn Yuna into a body pillow. Oh my goodness. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. He is an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Oh, I believe... Oh. Yes, I was indebted to the man. I voiced the wrong person. Been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student at the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Yunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when she questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached this conclusion. True! So, we never had a motive. So yeah, maybe you're right about her being a spy. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to send Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. We decided she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Wait, she was never... Oh. So she was never even in jail. She just went to China. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. Wow, so she was just held for 9 months? One of the remains of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed! Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh! Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Facing both, Guyan. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. I don't want to miss the show. Oh my goodness. Prosecutor Ouchie. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. Oh, pretty. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused Raymond Bommy. Accordingly, there could be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when considered she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. What's the motive? Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. Prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the motive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut tut tut! Is the Yoka boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter, let's put this to the accused, shall we? Nabami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yuma University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his lab at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh, it's a revenge plot. Dr. Wilson? You're visiting an English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Oh, so they're just plotting revenge as the easy way out. The accused had a deep-seated respect for a former mentor. I just realized I don't know where that stink bug crawled to. It's gonna crawl on me when I least expect it, and I'm gonna jump and be scared. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Now tell the court what deep-seated feelings he had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. If it's on my lower body, it's you, not the bug. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Huh. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How quickly you use Ray's undying respect for a former mentor against her like that? Let's find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. Lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about... Let's talk about the baiting spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a baiting spot? Did you just use my leg? Oh, no. My apologies. Clearly, my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Trap you between legs. Hee. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Right? It's being silly. For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I! No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to get more information, I think. Alright, I guess being alone together. Nabami-san? Yes, what is it? Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we made it my alias, Ryotaro Sasato. I like that little pose. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the baiting spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I'll just have to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her baiting sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. But how would Ray know that, though? Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Here's the thing, how would Ray even know that she would be there for her last day? She was just told to accompany. Yuna on lap. Let's go. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration and instead continue her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have countered each other on a number of occasions. Nice, Naomi. Enjoy the cuddles and heating. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. Now that's pretty messed up that she was able to just keep working like nothing happened. I don't know why. That's so weak. So, Your Excellency, be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. But there's no one else in there. What? It's 10C out there? Oh yeah, it's cold. You say 10C, Naomi? I'm pretty sure it's on 0C here. Thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. The court will accept this photograph or print as evidence. I know. I know, Naomi. I know. Alright, crime scene photograph. Photograph will print the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The anger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, I found the stink bug. Crawling on the TV now. Naturally, the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Please tell me the detective is gonna look like Detective Gumshoe. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takatsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent student boy utterly humiliated me. Oh, your hair grew back then. Inosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh yeah, I messed up his hair. I forgot. That's why his hair is like that now. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. Starting your own mini Meiji revolution? Are you modernizing as well, Counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aochi growth. See? You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the buried expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today, I face another Yoko student to the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each have much to lose. The haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Please tell me what the detective looks like Gumshoe. Oh my god. It's the same people from the first game. Are you serious? What? The detective who was a butler in the first game is now a swimmer? What? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the book guy too. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. As soon as he sold out, I am the cat. I am a cat. What? Who did you get behind him? A sensational success, Masosuke Natsume. I didn't see it. Oh my goodness. There is a turtle on his head. In the corner. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You need to beat it all of me. I needn't? But it's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. You know why. Oh, call me Sasuke even. Yes? What on earth is Sokushi-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? Oh yeah, he was in London! Oh shit, I completely forgot about that! I didn't even realize it was from London! It's hard to remember. I remember the first guy, but not the second. He's supposed to see for who you really are. This will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soki-san won't have forgotten about me. Certainly never forget him. He does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that's been since I last saw him. I don't think the panties are disguise. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. The dark room with all the books. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. Yeah, okay. No, yeah, I remember him now. I remember him. I remember. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business does a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Sokushi-san? Soseki-san? I can't speak. Yeah, I remember now, Naomi. Thank you. Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With my father? With Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who'd studied a great friend. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. The secret select, snapshots, good stories, and so around privacy. And there's the privacy, there's the paparazzi right behind him. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. Suzuki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. Okay. In the article about discussion between my father and Suzuki-san, the debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, I want to see if I can look at that more. Oh my! Look at the kitty! Ah! Cute cat! Look at it! Meow! Oh yeah, he did do the poses back in his cell. And he's just doing the same thing. Alright, so that's gonna be important later. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my lab, under strict surveillance, of course. And with its utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Oh my god, you're still coughing? But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment. Oh. No, you are not! You are bleeding still from your mouth! This is already a lie. Or is that just ketchup coming from your lip? I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. Unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but only if I had! I never have seen that awful sight! Bloodily, wrapped by remorse and regret! Nice pose. Just look at him back there. He got very popular, it seems. Very well. Must now, as you represent your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Oh, Stinkbutt just flew and hit a wall. Why is his hand blue? I didn't notice that. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. I'll have to look again. Yeah, I'll keep an eye. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. That's a caterwaul. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes! That young girl was astride with the Englishwoman, a dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. Oh, that's wrong. Some blood on the blade proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. But that's also wrong. There was only one stab wound. I read the court record. That's already incorrect. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, counsel? So-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. Just in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength. The victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Oh yeah, she is holding the pen.
Oh, goodness me. Yes, the victim's clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen.
And if you kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Oh! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Raymond Bommy? Initials of the defendant.
No! Oh my god, he's... That would be crazy if the random reporter that's coming in is the one that did it.
Whose fountain pen will be immediately as critical evidence?
Found... Alright, so the pen that feels found grasping in her hand. Initials RM. So, have I omitted anything? Besides the testimony and damning evidence. There is a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. Prosecute Ouchie 9 months ago? Had none of this man's poise.
He is doing a lot better. Counsel the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo? That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Kazumi Yotaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times to just show system. Inconsistencies in witness testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle cross-examination. Let's see what I can do. Alright, the witness scene. The incident was ordered on a special surveillance assignment. I'm just gonna do, yeah, Saint stab him, but I like to see what else is said.
Hold it!
Hold it! In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this try and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. Are you serious? That's why the turtle's there?
I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface.
Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background of this assignment, really, was there?
That made you late arriving on the scene. I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Oh, this idiot. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. It's a devil! He's an idiot. I didn't catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. What the hell is a caterwaul?
Hold it!
I'm glad I'm pressing all the statements. This works great.
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably Sasaki-san?
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Yeah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing such things. Or things so. Sasaki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut merely fell upon my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Oh, well, I'm moved. Good thing I'm not proto, so I don't get shut down.
locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the English woman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change my swimwear on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyways, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut in a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. I don't blame you. I need to beach hut at once where I found the pair in question, alright?
Hold it!
Wait, by parent, you don't mean to say... But how could that be? Oh no, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray Mbami-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. Really grisly scene. I parted the Norn curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Oh god, are you okay? My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Suzuki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? You like a literary man's opinion? Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishman, dagger in hand, she stabbed wildly.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. So, Inspector! Oh yeah, there is blue on his hand. Oh my god, you're right, Naomi. That is a very clear blue ink mark. Can't wait to find out his name. The terrible specter, the terrapin inspector. Oh, the terrible specter, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Yee! Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my... What did I do in his hand? Oh my goodness, no! I did nothing! That's a future literary sensation. Counsel, don't burst with that shrill, effeminate scream! Oh, no! No, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you! I wonder if I might interject here, Suzuki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe? Blah, blah. Oh, he's twitching again. So you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? Oh boy. Now, here's the old one, Naomi. This is the old Sosuke. Getting super twitchy and nervous. No! I mean, yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream. Hence, my eyes didn't deceive me either. I can describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Look at him pose. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am... Installment spelled wrong. 0 out of 10 game. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more you press your author friend of what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. The blood on the blade appeared to me that she'd stabbed her victim multiple times. That is incorrect. Oh, I present.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! That accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. The straightening of the mustache. Every time Kazuma-sama and our Hodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, how? The picture? Confused. Not you, Sokushiki-san. This query's directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. Seeing you got it wrong. Oh, internal monologue. Yeah. That's all it was. In the postmortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Oh! In other words, Inspector Hokusaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Sasuke-san, me? You claim to have seen Mamami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Loudly! But both of you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murderer was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True! What exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sasuke in fact saw was not the moment the defendant stabbed the victim at all. The moment the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't... Excellent work, Sato. You exploited them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection! Objection! Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Oh, sick burn.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing, withdrawing, and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Yay, you're already the little horsey.
This is fun. I miss doing this. I am in agreement with the prosecution.
Yeah, it's over, Ken Jaw. I haven't seen you in forever. Hello.
If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry? Oh, there goes the sink bug. It's gonna land on me. I'm going to scream. Oh no, it's staying with the light. And I can't look at the light because I'm blinding myself. Ah, my eyes. Now, see this young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecutor demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. Truth is, I don't really know. Let's go with the plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body is surely so she could... maybe potentially save her life, right? Cause stab her again? No. Hide the knife? Double no. Save her life. Yeah. The only one that makes sense. Oh, I didn't even read that part. Whoops. Deathly due to trauma. Yeah. Student of a doctor, yes. According to the post-mortem report, Vincent's death was not instant. That's correct. Yeah, it's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mbami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It seems this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. With respect to the ship-shot assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? Oh, I know you two will. An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel, hopeful, has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Oh man, already feeling it with my throat. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. I'm not getting sickies, it's just voice acting issues. Like, I would love to actually do voice acting for a game, but my throat will be shot no matter what I do. Forensic Medicine Primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an outside sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why a defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Honey. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper if the wound prevents excessive blood loss. Until the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper should be removed. Oh, I see. This is why Yoko should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh,
Well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. I pulled the blade out of the wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? If she had pulled out that knife in full knowledge that would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
You never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. Seems almost impossible to believe. But, could my friend actually have...
Susato!
Yes?
Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. So, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I'll be moving to the execution immediately afterwards. I understand.
Blaming your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. It could be harder. Forensics Medicine Primer. Adjudication. It give me harder? Yeah. Alright, so let's see. Get pet hell, y'all. Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? Did she get poisoned, actually? I'm looking at the picture again. I feel like she got poisoned. It's not my fault, Guyan. Yeah, Naomi, yeah. I think she got poisoned, and the stab wound wasn't the killing move. Oh, there was like the wine on the ground? I was just curious. I wanted to see something regarding the blood.
Hold it!
I didn't see anything specific yet. You saying doing without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but...
The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. Controller is good enough. I'm gonna... Why does it spring back? Is it a live turtle? You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Does it have a face too? Please acknowledge. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not a medical assistant.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is?
Clearly, the defendant Ray Mamami-san does not possess an ounce of sense. Susato. Susato. Hey. We need to have a talk here. Why? Why are you calling your client a dumbass? She's a medical student. Oh my goodness. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. Your Honor, my client pleads being a fucking moron. Absolutely. I'm so glad I'm just doing these presses, regardless if I know the answer or not. It's funny. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, counsel. Lack of common sense could be a very dangerous thing. Oh god, he's gonna smack me with the hammer. Oh dear. That Ryuko done me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. Lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Any involved medical research, Mabami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Good save, guy, good save. There's no good reason why a defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim.
Hold it!
But the defendant suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. Look at him petting the turtle! Mom is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. We have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh! This is so ironic. Saying the woman has bigoted views about women. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Alright, so Susato's gender swap is very bigoted. Noted. Well, if I manage to convey the basics now, that should cover the medical side of the argument. You did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Bami-san's nature to do something so awful. She had both moment and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. I have freeze? It's not frozen for me. I haven't dropped frames all stream. Like, I barely dropped any frames today. That's on your end. Hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
Objection! And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Alright, that's a Twitch side thing then. Just refresh. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling defender, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. No, Guyan, don't remind me. Ah! I have been suffering this season. I at least went to a really good game. I went to the best game of the season. Don't worry about it, Naomi. It's just that my team isn't doing really good this year, and they potentially might not make playoffs. I like your students, Guyan. I would hang with them. Ah, yes, Miss Britt was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mabani-san. The man the victim of murder now wants to go...
Hold it!
Press. Oh, yes, that's true. I also recognize Mabani-san's talent offered the position assistant despite her being a woman. Oh. Pat Guyan, Pat. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mabami-san's abilities. My only defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in the testimony anywhere. I knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. She thought it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? That is what counts in the court, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You need to take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ah! Nice, this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. Many in the room knows you only need ask. We'll do our very best to help. Use the court record? Ideal, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do. I don't think that someone in our host were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Oh yeah, right. Ah, I look in your eyes. See, it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Let's go take a look. Some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It's an organization, I suppose. This is of some kind. That would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. There we go. Pupil constriction, yeah, I don't think that's... I guarantee you she was poisoned. And the stabbing was just a red herring. Pen's lid. Let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Oh, there is no ink at all. Let's see the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. It could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. I met burn initials and an emblem of some description. There is a very small amount of liquid still inside the ink reservoir. Newspaper from Sokusi-san. There's an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from... I knew it! I called it! Deadly poison! Poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Lab. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. But the poison's been stolen? It's this morning's paper that Sokusi-san gave us. You saying you didn't know? Embarrassing that is for the head of the lab. I didn't. Not heard any such thing. Or have gleaned this information. Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. That bug's flying around again. I gotta get rid of it at some point. I'm gonna wait to see where it lands. If it lands on me, I'm gonna jump. Please don't land on me. I was just doing spins. Hey, what are you doing? That's close. This thing's going everywhere. You're landing right behind me. Oh, oh, jeez. Oh, and it just fell. Okay. Oh, I hate stink bugs with a passion. Hold on. Okay, I can get it. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna try to get this thing out of my room now I can. Give me a sec. Oh, my body's twisted. I'm gonna have to fix VC face when I get back too. Oh no. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Oh shit. I didn't want to do auto. I'm back now. Oh, VC face is a little messed up. That's better. Look, I hate bugs, okay? I mean, I specifically hate stink bugs. And stink bugs are a problem here, alright? I also grabbed fruit snacks, because I was hungry. That's true. He said she tried to hide the vet from me. Moreover, the details were leaked somewhere. I don't believe it. We need to use our very carefully. Time to hide some wolf spiders? What? Alright, don't give me wolf spiders. No, thank you. Oh, poison that was stolen from a lab at Yuma University. Even my father knew nothing of the incident. Do they? I didn't know that. I guess I could keep a wolf spider as a pet, maybe. Marcus Englid, returnees tell all. Same here with you and Soseki-san, is it, father? Looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. That's it. Okay. Let's see. Do we present the poison article now?
Objection!
Hey, I got it. No, there is one possibility. Okay. Understood, Naomi. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? The uncle not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about deadly poison had been stolen from a lab at the Imperial Unimate unit.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Ouchie, we'll let the defense speak. But the newspaper article, the court cannot rely on this kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. They would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... Oh! The poison could have been on the knife. Deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. Harsh chemicals. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
Objection! It's complete and utter nonsense! Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. The prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? Cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
They blend in perfectly with your floor. Oh, no. Oh, please, it's clearly desperation. The weasel's last break aching a win. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the students should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. Instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly! Well put, Inspector. What grounds did she do it? Yuckle? In the game, Bluey, I got a pick that is find the wolf friend. Oh no. I don't think I want to do that. Why did raise suspect the stolen poison was involved. If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly.
Your expression, Counsel. It would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof for the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Maybe?
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this? Nope.
Father always taught me to ask my elders whenever I was in trouble. So I thought I should ask your opinion, Your Excellency. Darn.
You can also press at your side. Read some of that. I don't going to solve anything here.
Here are details of the toxin. Now, where have we seen similar details? Does nowhere come to mind? Oh, the... Oh, no. Here, the pupil constriction.
Take that!
I forgot about that. Let's refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads, extreme moisis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. It's only the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means it's unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there's extreme constriction instead, it's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute constriction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. Papa, Yuna, sleep wells. You, yokel student and yokel professor.
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Eugene Mikotoba? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know? toxin was kept under lock and key in my lab, certainly, but I wasn't aware of any theft. Do you mean tell the court that the reports of the set are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the lab to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace till he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father. What a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded.
What? Ray?
Well, this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray?
Mbami-san, stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing was stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sokusi-san were interviewing you together for the newspaper. That's why I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Can you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It's a dainty English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils in her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. She left only one possible way for the poison to enter her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that had entered the bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. So I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you. Your Excellency, stop hitting your head on the bench.
I feel that. It's barely perceptible, but I do think
The balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom now.
Objection!
Objection!
oh my god, I just looked at DMs. You actually posted the thing.
I don't see the heckin' spider.
I just noticed now.
Arr! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence. It is very much conclusive. Damn, he came prepared. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. We'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie. Perhaps some praises due, young Yoko student. What? I imagine there would be no need for me to summon this evidence. Well, you brought this on yourself. Huh. What the? Oh, from the reporter. Can a more damning shot exist? Cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. Where it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Arr! Dead again. That's gotta be her taking it out. Order, order, order. Counsel for the defense. You who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you slow to mature. Well now, Susanto is starting to show her face here. He's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. Spy among us! The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. A photograph has been entered. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett, in the moment the victim was attacked. I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. And it's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Objection!
That's no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh, objection!
Yeah, good point. Like, that means there was another person on the scene. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photograph print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fits for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student, blabbering professor! What matters is the plain truth that this print is eloquently expresses. The defendant already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. This isn't the moment the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without the most compelling evidence presented to the court. The defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter. I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no! Susanto, this is the time for you to fight. If what you established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. Let me plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Ouchi in the court of law.
And at the time we took this photograph, the trial is going to come to an end.
There must be a clue somewhere. I see some way of working out who took it.
Well, Counsel? Well, Counsel?
Your Excellency, hold on. The main question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now.
Simply have to.
The identity of the person who took this dramatic photograph print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Fortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could?
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What? Just what?
Now, Counsel, present your proof to the court. This evidence you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer. It is the pen.
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. Afraid, Counsel, that when presenting evidence, you must learn to temper those wide, nervous eyes. Oops, it's not the pen. Uh-oh.
To punish yourself for presenting such utterly irrelevant evidence.
In this trial, but no more squeezing. Oh, good point, good point. I didn't think about that. No, I can't.
Oh, you know what? It's the poison article. The person who found out about the poison could have known. Yeah. Right?
Take that!
No, it's not. Okay. Oh, shoot. I don't... If it's from the... I don't know if it caught the... Oh! I get it. Alright, let's check. No? Tricky one. There's a shadow in the corner. The light makes it so hard on me. Go back to the other one. So... Wait, what? Oh! Where, okay, where the picture was... Oh, you're right! Good eye. That's the only way this would have worked. From that specific angle. Okay, so let's present this then. The lens? Is it? The problem is my light is like right in the way. The other photo? Hold on. Oh, the camera lens is cracked, yes. That definitely looks like the camera lens is cracked. Oh my god, look! The lens is cracked in this too! The lens is cracked right here! The same way! The same person who took this photo took the other photo. Ooh! Oh my god, that was a tricky one! Okay. I didn't present this one right. I don't think I did. Okay, we didn't. What's this? That newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. I didn't even think about that. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes, indeed. They already caught my eye as it happens. Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like. There are no trees growing inside my lab at the university, I can assure you. Let's go, Naomi! High five, virtually! There we go. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
It's good, Naomi, it's fine. Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council. What's quite remarkable, though, is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. Such extraordinary similarity have transpired. A curious matching pattern appears on both photographs of prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to the problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes, you can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here, taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured it in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah! That's right. That's right. That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Minimo! What the hell was that sound? What? I see why you were called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Minimimo, I tell you! Minimimo! Me and Minimo! Sasaki-san, what was that? Did you say Minimimo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Minimemo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, he mentions it. I see what's that. Snapshots, ghost stories. This numbers my privacy. That guy. Could that same reporter be? A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, struck in the middle with Raiten Minimemo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by... I'm Minimemo! Yes! My lord, your excellency, Esquire! Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We'll adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And then one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. We will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. Oh my goodness, I love his name, Minimemo. It's so weird to pronounce. To be continued. Oh, finally. Well, I made a lot of saves. Kill the English spy. Ah, sure. It's not gonna matter. I made too many saves. Nah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll just restart chapters. Because I gotta go for trophies in the future, and I'm probably going to replay stuff. Because I made a new save every time. For every new part. Alright, so that was an hour and 40 minutes in the court. I'm so sorry, Sato. I should have told you about the toxin. Pray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. I wanted to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Sato? You had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. You'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. Important details from you, Sato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Sato, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. What? No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato? Sorry, after I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side, on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. As such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray? Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Sato! You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. That was a nice smile. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. Englishman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I knows you stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. Right before my eyes. And we were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It'll be alright. It's getting gay in here.
Kiss her? Could, yeah.
We need that lesbian love.
However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said that you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikatoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up with the trial, don't you? Don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in upcoming proceedings. They should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. Trouble is, it's a completely new lab-synthesized blend of alkaloids. Police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. Perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Alright, so chemical reagent. Here's a solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. Created strict secrecy and exists only in my father's lab.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Lab. Wonder how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the lab. It's called English Lady Swanden. Without any compunction, said Professor Mikatoba. Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there.
You put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had no choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Menemenemo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh! No, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal would have been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside.
Yeah, he probably wrote his own theft story.
Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
He obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and he took this very candid photograph. And presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Sussy. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, you just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhado. Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Alright. 11:30. Wow, that took a while. Took almost an hour to get that witness. More water. I hereby call this court to order as we continue the trial of Ray Mambami. Mr. Aoji, have you summoned a new witness? What? Before I address the question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? Why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's lab at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. The reagent delivered the police headquarters by rickshaw, so would be there in good time. Judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves. Oh wait. Yeah. Judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, had no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of police on it. On with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. Ah, so the murder weapon did not have poison, so that probably means the poison was in the ink. But they're not going to know that yet. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ow! Now, the prosecution's ready to call the new witness. The newspaper reporter managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer, bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. If that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Now that is a good question too, like... So how would the pen ink gotten into her system? That's what I want to know. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Lighten Minimomo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journal. What's a journal, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch the scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the herald for nothing. Nice guy of news. Oh, it was you who took his photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Ooh, brace yourselves, people! Minimemo has senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court.
The readers left us up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-link format to the volume edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naohodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, I want to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro's sounding become very ambitious, I see. I just want Kazuma-sama's dreamer for a while. By the way, my name is Takatsuchi Aochi. That's Takatsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Lawyers, he doesn't even care about the prosecutor. Witness? Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Hello, could strike fear. You mean lack of hair? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't know the downloads always say. That's what I call my minimemoism. Minimemoism? God, I hate his name, but I love his name at the same time. Ah, yes, I remember your face. You met that day when you were interviewing myself and Susu-san. Yes, right. That was me, Minimo, again. You were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after a meeting. But scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? Office too cold? Au revoir. Bye, Guyan. Don't stay in the office too long. I don't want you getting sickos. A girl left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! No, why'd you break your pencil? This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Hey, your tongue, young man. With your hair? Oh no. Don't say that, guy. Also, bacon makes me hydrate, which is good. Gotta keep my throat healthy. Ah, fresh H2O. Say your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Huh. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here it goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get this woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you indeed witnessed it firsthand? The crime scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusted camera. Thank you, Minamemo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Oh boy. Let's see what it is. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out the knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Hold it. Hold it. Don't let go yet. Okay. Oh, you didn't let go. Why? I've been let down. He didn't do it. He didn't do it, Naomi. It's okay. Let's go have fun. The game pitied you. Read screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hot walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty solidly woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. I'd get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. Tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in journalists, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. It's metamemoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a striking photograph, all to make it an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well done, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this report than meets the eye. He's an Autobot. He's keeping something. Oh, well, he did it again. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Camera never lies. He was shining all the read screens so they were playing a game so I could see inside through.
Hold it!
Alright, let's start pressing everything. What made me want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Oh, a journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur. Hey, some people are into voyeurism. It's hard to slander, sir. Like Karen, you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop's no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even memoism. It's basic journalism. If only the courtroom's indiscriminate, right? Right, so that's all buttoned up. Can we move on? Tell the court then witness what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut. A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Nabami-san entering the hut? Yup, and she was raging like my journal spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. About the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. What? I'm sorry, what? If she had laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. I don't like that statement. I don't like that statement at all. Why? It's so bad. Oh my gosh, I hate it. I don't like him either. I like voicing him, but I don't like him. The man should have been an author. It's a script talent at least in journalism. Sue's rantings fell on deaf ears. A Japanese person listened to English for the first time. Really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Oh, he threw his pencil and got another one immediately. Precise moment? I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan to the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed? Uh-oh. Right you are! It's all here on my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into their adversary's back as the two passed each other. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. What you describe as a grim crime indeed. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Minimemoism says. Beach hut plan. Yeah, the beach hut plan kind of goes... because there are blind spots. By the way, Minimemo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through a gap in the screen, did that occur you tried to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journalists have to be observers. Can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. So you didn't converse with Miss Fred at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, will you... I will grant the defense's request. Minimemo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of Minimemoism, and I'll gladly prove my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in a hut nor spoke with the English there, woman. I was there only as an observer. Let's press this for now. Actually, I want to press the other stuff. Well, that's not gonna matter.
Let's press this first.
Hold it!
Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do is stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You should have summoned help before they give your camera. Metamemoism and humanists don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, metamemoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. Despite the whole affair from start to finish, it's devastating. It does seem as though he's holding something back. That's what he feels free to turn these things and press him on everything he said. What would be the thing to present? I'm gonna press the other stuff first. Maybe there's something else that'll appear. The course fully were your desired capture the incident on film, sure. But why then do you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? Oh, good question. I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decide not to make a story out of the incident? Yeah, I'm not sure what to present yet. I need to press more info first. This is what he's hiding. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of sordid private details of other people's lives. I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basically metamemoism. Is that something to boast about? No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it, that's brilliant! My burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why you didn't think to write an article about what you saw, though. Poor Naomi. Wishing you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? I'm glad you asked. I want to know specifically where.
Hold it!
If we get specifically where he pulled it. But the two women inside didn't notice? Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did he just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. This photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said. I was only there as an observer. Something's wrong. No, you couldn't have been, because the pen! That's impossible. Because this pen is yours.
Objection!
Duh!
Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm, which is the same emblem. In a way, that's more metamemoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? How's more water? Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. Where are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. Initials of the accused, Ray Mimbani. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM? No! Write in Menememo, RM. That's horse dung! Can't you see, one of the central tenets of Menememoism is being a pencil user? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung! Menememo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there is no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. That case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. Yeah, it's not the letters alone. Its own identity is right here, the emblem. Oh, we already did this part. Oops. Present.
Got it!
Got it! Pat, Naomi. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Menememo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Menemomo-san, how do you respond? No! Order! Explain yourself, witness! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics so well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before the grand tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we memo-ists say, the people that don't pay their dues are for unworthy news. Just take... Naomi just wants those straps taken away. Whatever its significance you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yeah, alright, but... on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness. So, Sasuke Natsuma-san. Sasuke-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourself, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. Oh boy, Sasuke, what did you do? What? Oh boy. The memo states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Is it funny, Naomi, that whenever I talk as him, I keep posing my arms out to try to make myself feel like buff when I speak like that? I feel really weird doing that. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Sasuke-san hiding something? What? I'm getting immersed. And there's his twitchy. I'm getting into the mode. This is secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secrets from outside, I saw the woman be stabbed and the other witnesses come running. Detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. He didn't say anything about that in his testimony, so my minimalism demands I reveal it now. Ooh. You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? Well, and when she died, did you decide to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. Ooh, this changes things. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. What? That's preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? But it wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withered English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. Others claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened to that hut? That makes no sense. The timeline makes no sense in that case. The secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined. Okay.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. And the memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. I better read the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Woo! That told me! So I walked right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. Parent the paper taught me that. Toss him in the pit. And then watched the secret and say I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any memorist will tell you that. But to think you left just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for a scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Now I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. Right? Exactly. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. I realized that the victim still had pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. Is that true?
Hold it!
And Saseki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yup. Our author friend here. He's a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind, baleful barks. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Saseki-san, his experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal, emptiness, empty eternity! The end is coming for me, surely! No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. Hold on, water. Actually, at the point where I might need some milk. I feel that acid reflux hitting. So, what was the question? What question? What exactly did he say? Well, now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Oh! Ray! I ran up to the beach to see what was happening to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hisanaga saw Miss Brown on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Saseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Oh. Oh. Don't protect us any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't! She said nothing in response. But... When you understand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, demand you to amend your testimony. I will! Okay, here we go. But she never replied.
Hold it!
Alright. He tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time at Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever! However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache. Because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Sasaki-san is really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Right-A-Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Which hand?
Hold it!
Which hand, though? Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Saseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy staying here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Saseki-san, why aren't you neglected to mention this in your original testimony? What? Fiddlesticks, I say! It's not the British court of law. You respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling. I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. Thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction? Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction where the student girl was standing. Somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. Do you remember the events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yeah, he did. He was standing behind the hut when he took the picture. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. There can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? As the court can see, there's no other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It's now wildly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly commit this crime. I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible arguments to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! No! The headline's writing itself! Dash and Lawyer's Hopes Dash! 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition! This is a serious blow, Susanoo. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence. The judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father! We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Possible though the task may seem, we have no choice. Let's think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. Tell us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. Well, listening to what I was saying, then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. And collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. Miss
culprit had been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray. So amid all that information we've gathered so far, must we answer that question?
I think then the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the Gallic Yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver a final verdict on this matter.
It's a crucial turning point now. If we can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? How did he or she stab the victim? I know!
Objection!
Yeah, we obviously know at this point that he got stabbed, or she got stabbed while she was sitting. Because they were easy to move, as he even said. I don't know how the pen will play into this yet. My feeling is that the ink got into the wine. And she drank it. And got poisoned then. And then, as soon as he could, he stabbed her. That's my guess. Your Excellency, I expressly ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain... Yep. Exactly, Naomi. Who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection!
Oh, it does. There was someone else present at the scene who committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all the remaining strength and pointing a trailing finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. When the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Well, if she was sitting here, the only place is here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Mad, counsel? You suggested the culprit was outside the hut.
What? Facts.
Order! It's too late, Naruhodo-san, Esquire. That makes no sense at all.
You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. I didn't see any suspicious individual lingering about. I can spare that. Obviously, the culprit had been outside the hut. There's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Alchi, there is a way. Ah! And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel!
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Well, the photo. He himself, with this photo, proved that you could fit through.
Take that!
Well, I presented it now. The first idea why it was... What? I was wrong. Okay. Ink was thrust into this back from outside the hut. Should be a visible trace. Oh. Oh! There was a hole in the thing. Hold on. I get it, I get it. Watch in here. Look at this small slit in the back. That fits a knife. That's perfect. I forgot about that bit.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's really visible in this print. A trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. But that photo shows it. The other one didn't show the specific hole. That's why it was like that.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Here in this photograph is a trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut.
Right here.
Take that!
Look closely just here. Look at that little slit. Perfect for a knife. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. Because you can move the camera around and that wouldn't cut it, but the blade would. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Oh,
And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right to Minamemo-san? Minamemo-san? It could have only have been you. No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The last one was exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? I to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
Naomi. No, of course not. We're not? Maybe you recall a testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. She just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly to me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
my word.
So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Defendant, and Bami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. But what about the poison? By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge? This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
Oh, This can't be. The Achi clan can't. Look at my growth of hope. It wasn't all of an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. Oh boy. What's gonna happen now? This can't be the end.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and yup, knew it.
He's not done. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed? It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Oh boy. Now the poison comes into play. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What?
No, Squid, explain yourself, witness.
What to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for comment on the situation, shall we? I understand the deadly poison you're developing was stolen from your lab, correct? It has been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. Unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Ah!
Given that her pupils are clearly constricted, seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, poison could not have circulated in her blood.
How refreshing to hear that argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
But it wasn't. Kinda already, have we, though? These very proceedings, the lab of Professor, your side assistant, improving. The blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by defense in this trial, turns out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Ow!
Order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body?
There's an obvious answer to that.
The mace lady most likely imbibed it.
Did she drink it?
Now look at the photograph here, as you can see.
Yeah, the wine spilling. I had a feeling. Oh, it's carbonated water. Okay, it wasn't wine. That kind of makes sense.
A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. Poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at these dashing guys. This would be a great free shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What does he mean? Ooh, let me catch his wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It seems that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. Here I call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, this is. You shot a listen to it, Your Excellency. Claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's minimemoism. Well, I thought I'd illuminated the truth and slipped right back into obscurity again. Where's this trial going to take us? Oh boy. I had a feeling this would happen. We weren't done yet. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishman. It's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? When I heard the stupid girl and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. Of course we're going to punish Brett for what she did. Someone else would have to see just as done. So you admitted then that everything happened as I described? That you were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You could blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like this have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Wild. He's so proud. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. As it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again? She's the one who gave the poison to the English one and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook. The argument just sounds, certainly. But when his head administered the poison himself, he only had to wait for it to take effect. Since he couldn't stand the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this report had nothing to do with the poison. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. Glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last! This is unbelievable. I've never made so much progress in proving his guilt. Is he going to get beaten now? Nah. Kazuma-san and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well done, counsel. Yeah, deadly solemn attempted murder, right? It is soon to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Alright, final one. We're almost done. So I will definitely just finish this tonight. Yes, Your Excellency. But if she already died from the poison, then he gets to go scot-free. Obviously, he was the one to poison him, but I'm just saying, assuming he wasn't the one that did the poisoning, he would actually be free. He's an asshole, but he would be innocent.
Hold it!
I'll start pressing. So you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then? No one's very existence offended my sense of justice. A sense of some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on Empire's soil. I actually don't think he would in this case. To be honest, in this court, I don't think it would matter. Cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our Empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. Probably, Naomi. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yeah, the real wrong was done by the stupid girl on the dock, crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poison was nothing to do with me at all. Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her?
Hold it!
You still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing bracers like these. He was to administer the poison, following which the victim stabbed the victim. Forgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. Obviously, yeah. That's how the law works, you see, Yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Good day for the victim. Do something that evil, you got coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. Reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. Got my goat? What is this?
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? Oh, what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. This girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, professor of medicine. Invited here from England by Professor Mikatomo. Right, the Englishwoman just jeered. He was supposed to be heard by the British consulate court in Shanghai. However, there's no doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. With eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her. Oh? Oh shit. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Let's go, Ray. Hey, young girl. Like kissing buns, don't you? Sure, come here, Feeny. Mwah. Hee. Feeny coming in all of a sudden. You stand accused here. You can't just blurt out wherever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Be quiet and listen. Yeah, I kissed Yuna too. But Yuna's asleep. But this awful man's making all this up. So please, you have to make him listen. Turn to the doctor once, then Bambi-san. You're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great-peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Ah, you slept early, Fanny. Pat pat. Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain this accused for ducks. Grant the request of the defense. Let's go! Your Excellency,
Ah, you watch the animals. Well, I'm glad you're here, Feeny. Pat, pat, pat. This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. No, you're not old, Feeny. I'm older, you silly. I'm gonna be 30 in about 3 months. Well, yeah, 3 months. Wait, you are older? I thought you were younger. What? Oh shit, I didn't even realize that. You're still young in my eyes, Feeny. You're still young in my eyes. You're not old. Naomi, you're not old either. Oh, ah. So, whilst recognizing this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh! Stop banging your head on the thing. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Okay, so we got her involved too. Let's go. Right, alright, so starting here. Yeah, we know this was about the stolen poison. Stolen poison to kill the victim, you mean? And I suspected her being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. Surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government? Indeed, all visitors to the lab are thoroughly searched when they leave. If they manage to avoid being seen by the self-taught colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikatoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his lab. And as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Spread better bluntly reveal the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. Yeah, which anime did you watch, Feeny? Since Saseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. All of them. Sheesh. I'm very ashamed of myself, just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. I know if my suspicions were true. I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that there were to be instead involving it somehow. It wouldn't just be a university. The military would be dragged into it. The government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. The memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can you see I'm busy? Where you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Humane Medical Research Lab. The story is published in this morning's edition of Show You News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Ooh. Ooh, you dug your own grave? Oh boy. Well, Minamona-san? Oh boy. This boy screwed up. As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of minimism. Try to say that fast.
You can't do it. It's such a bad name to say repeatedly.
Oh, I kind of got it there. Bob is clearly right about this. Bob did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. Ooh. Gleaned by eavesdropping. So that's what it was all about. You're trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. I want to go on record. Oh boy. Now what? Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you poison someone, you have no reason to go and stab the person as well. Oh wait, do I have to go back?
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper in your Chinese ramen before you even taste it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn, I am a bit of a impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens. Most people had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. That's would have been a good reason for that. If it was the porter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there's one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The porter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishman. Yes, that's it. So when the Momosan first found out the exact nature of the poison he used, that could be the key here. Oh, okay. He was a stabber. Face her down logic sounds entirely reasonable. Right, because it goes into the blood. Just drinking it would do nothing. That's murder. No possible explanation as to why you might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. Make sure that everything was dropped into place. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Yeah, I got all the information I need. Hold on. Right? Let's see. Also amount. Entering the body either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. Oh, I get it. He stabbed her to hide the possibility, or to like mask the possibility of how the stabbing happened, or how the poison happened.
Objection!
I get it. Well, I can think of one reason. Because if they couldn't detect the poison... Okay. I get it now. What? Before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course you did. There could be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the lab together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin. There's one more important fact to consider. The According to the witness, Mbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been possible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant has somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. True. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mbami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily attained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from was my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. Extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it made it clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Oh! Everyone in my lab is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Mami-san being no exception. Yeah, it would make you an obvious suspect. Water? Hold on. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. I know, Naomi. In other words, someone like you, right in Minimamo. Yarr! There's no R. I said that. It was you who stole the poison from the lab that day. It was you administered it to the unwitting victim. I quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused so much in your systems and was so traceable. You like the kisser emote? As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
What good could that possibly do? Is an obvious, counsel. The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Exactly. Because if the poison didn't take effect when they were dead, the eyes wouldn't do that. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had a mask of use. She attempted to do it plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order! Argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that one's consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of, yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
Prosecution's evasive response clearly shows. And in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Oh boy. Oh, now what? Oh, he's done with the hat. Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? What are you calling fallen? Calling brothers, I don't need a counter argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so implausible, don't you? Without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Your time! Oh no! I know, we're almost done! But surely it would be no easy task to steal the highly secret toxin we developed for the government. Indeed. All visitors to lab. Now we're gonna go over the pen. They search when they leave. Oh, your time! Because of the pen! Right. And poison that would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write 10-minute memo. I'm a reporter from the Show You News. I've possibly stolen that poison from the professor's lab. Ah! Dead. Every time. There can't be any questions of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill... If that's the case... See, if we identify the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the lab that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There's one way that you, Minamoma-san, could have stolen the poison that day. It could be on his hand, too. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. The court must be shown his evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Take that!
The pen. The proof, Your Excellency, is his fountain pen. Ah! A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? I know, right? Handsome. These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived at our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Ah, I swear by weasel hair calligraphy blush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup. What the hell is that letter? What's the little squiggly lines below the C? How do I pronounce that? Suck up a sumptuous ache, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. I don't know. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which the ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah! And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Minamemo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in lab that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? by siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Yeah!
Objection!
More absurdity. That never happened.
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the lab. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say. That for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. Oh boy, you sweating. The cool question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? Natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
Any number of alternative explanations. For example, Wiz could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from her quivering hand.
Objection!
But she didn't answer anything. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. One newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen. No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it?
So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So if my pencil snaps? Oh, he's got a lot of pencils. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty of reserve. Whoa! Ah! He just assaulted people with pencils. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's vile speculation, nothing more. You thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again. So it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is all very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence. No such evidence could possibly assist.
Objection!
Oh, this is an easy one. And the Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. We're at the end. You can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. We can test it.
Take that!
So, what is this bottle? This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of quite any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all can check for traces of the poison. The reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your found pen, Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Yeah. And there he goes. Oh god, he is swinging his camera around. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me this. Try and hold his head up. Eyes visualization. It's out with me. Ooh, I'm there. Oh damn, girls. He just knocked him flat. Did I do it right? That was a solid takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Alright, I like the girls teamed up for that, because he was going nuts with that camera. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. That's it. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Benemelo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. And why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that unintended quiz around our situation, that's all. As a reporter. Known killer enjoying full freedom? Evading justice by leaving the country? I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face! Oh. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, is really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf! Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Ooh, that pissed him off. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done. She clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. So it was just done on a whim. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist... What you mean, Death? Arr! Oh, hello? I am here. The booba is optional, but it's not on right now. No one requested it. And we'll keep it that way, because we're almost done with this case. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on!
Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never come into it. And yet that puffed up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. False organizations that behind the scenes? Some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
You came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Now let's not forget, Minamemo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose... Yeah, get down, get to jail. You get nothing.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion to this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Yuta Naruhodo.
Oh. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. She's terrible. You tried to frame an innocent woman. I know, right? Just using it in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable this is your first experience at the Supreme Court.
It was an excellent performance.
The truth very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh. What's up? Pianosuke, you mean?
The way you handled the trial 9 months ago, the way you handled this one, I hope that we are generally entering a new era of justice in this land.
Justice in this land, I was speaking too deep. It's very flattering, Your Excellency.
You and the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aji, do you have any final thoughts?
No. Put the knife away? You're not getting Sudoku here. Seppuku here. I don't know why I said Sudoku, but it's supposed to be seppuku. Prosecutor Aochi? I, Takatsu of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Aoshism. Aoshism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Is he cutting off the hair? Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi. So... so dramatic! And the little sparkles in his hair! Oh my god, they all pray too! What? Why are they... They're all praying for his hair! What the fuck? Okay. I mean, the hair has always been an issue for his family.
Oh my goodness, I love that. Now, in regard to the defendant Rei Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency? I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
Let's go! And the petals rain down. We did it.
Court is adjourned.
Let's go! We're done.
2:38 p.m. That took another 3 hours to do, by the way.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. This is such a great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susanoo! Thank you so much. You're so dashing in there. Great, and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to see that the congratulations belong to you. Susanoo, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal, super humiliating nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. To throw caution to the wind. Oh my god, she's gonna kiss. Caution to the... What? I'm the great defense lawyer, Miyataro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. You know what? They're going on a date. You know what? That's a good first step. They're gonna go date. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, you really knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Is there anybody else we could throw together?
Uh-oh. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not! Of course not! Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
Fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but expect Susato Mikotoba for now. So, I'll never see him again then. A terrible shame. What?
Oh, hi. What is happening?
Ah, Saseki-san and Inspector Hasanaga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba. I don't...
So dashing, so divine. Oh my god, they all fell for me.
No! Doubly dashing, yes! And devilishly divine, just look at you! I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were welcome student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin! Essentially, stunning, ace, attorney! Where's Saseki-san? So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. Well, they even have all the witnesses, or all the jury from that game too. Good details. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Saseki-san was free to return to Japan. Now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
stunned. It's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a police inspector hero who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. Mr. Turtle was your disguise name? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. There are many faces I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I'm a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hasanaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Which did not work out. Though that didn't help you, did it? Kasuma-sama. From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. True. Now we don't know the reason. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published following the adventures of Herlock Sholmes... Yeah. The detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. If that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. Yeah. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, Grammer told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Unime University. But I also served another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. Yeah, there's gotta be some kind of spy. Because it wasn't just Wilson, it was Kazuma that was on that box as well. And I forget the other names. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Can you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? Yeah, why? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram arrived from Japan. It said that you left with a high fever. Oh, Naomi, this was the telegram. It was that her father was dying. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I could think of. He never sent it. He never sent her back. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Ah! Let me go! What? How are you back?
Minamimo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you? I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! E? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. That visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must be... Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on a steamship, that he'll never... Ah!
Oh, the judge?
Well, that was sudden.
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here.
What were you officer playing at? Well, true. Nobody was ever told about Kazuma when he died in episode 2 of the first game. Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yujin. It's a good job it came by.
They didn't say... No, Naomi, the fact is they didn't say he died at all. Nobody knows he died.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend.
What? You're telling me the judge knew about this the entire time? It's... Naomi, he did, but it sounds like there's a little more to this than we knew.
Merely your father's friend.
Seishiro Jikoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have a more dashing appearance.
Susato.
Did you know all along from the start of the trial?
The judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here had known that then he recognized you, so I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we?
Yes, I ruled on that case we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Here you go, Father.
Sorry, dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. Well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro's thing, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. I like this judge. He's a good judge.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me?
Yeah, there's
something suspicious happening here. Kazuma's name being on that list, and now nobody still knowing that he died. About Josiah Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Oh, Sasaki! Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san, that's Squires. Could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Sasaki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. Ooh, okay. So Seki coming in with the info. This I have to hear. Please, Seki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible, cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in.
Thank goodness Slocum and Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. He's not the best, but you know what? We're getting info. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. Oh? My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, and he thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. Oh? Because of his experiences? What was it then? A particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I can never forget. My father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. Second one, you mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in... The names. Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public's aware of is the first. I don't care, I don't listen to what the Deathly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case? The case of the haunted lodgings? Ooh. Because my father summoned me urgently back to Japan? It's either to keep her safe, or maybe to keep her from finding out more info. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Ooh. Oh, we're back here.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
Kazuma
And
again.
having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father
It
has
is
said
very
nothing to
complicated,
me,
yes.
but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue.
It does look
It
pretty.
makes me long to see you again.
The clouds are
Yours,
moving a little bit, I
Susato.
see. Yours. Aww. It is very complicated. I don't know how this is gonna go. And right behind my body. That's it for episode 1. Susato's success. Save. All right. Episode 2, So yeah, we have... Oh. And we have 4 more episodes to go. So episode 2, The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. And Kokoro meaning heart. But it is late. As fun as this was, and you know what? People stuck around to at least listen in, so I very much appreciate it. So I do have to end it tonight. But I appreciate it very much, everyone who stayed
stuck around and listened and just enjoyed themselves here. I do hope everyone has a lovely night. I'll be live tomorrow as long as my throat's good enough with more Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. So look forward to this next week as we begin. I'm assuming we go back to Naruhodo. Oh, what a fun first case, and just gets right back into how complicated things are. It's kind of like it just never ended, actually. Like our adventures from the first game just never ended, and we should have just continued on. I don't know. Just a thought. But yeah. So, have a lovely night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Mwah.